Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us deep into the heart of ancient Celtic legends. Two tales woven together by fate, family, and the unyielding ties between this world and the other world. In these stories, we follow the trials of a noble family touched by both tragedy and triumph. One tale tells of a sister's sorrow and the devastating cost of vengeance, while the other recounts a brother's journey through loss, resilience, and the enduring power of unity. Through these intertwined fates, we uncover themes of loyalty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance between human and divine realms. Before we start, my friend, like and subscribe so you'll always be ready for your next sleepy quest. It helps my tales reach more wanderers who need a touch of magic in their dreams. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. Branwen, the daughter of Llyr. Bendigeidfran, the son of Llŷr, was the crowned king of this island, and he was exalted from the crown of London. And one afternoon he was at Harlech in Ardudwy, at his court, and he sat upon the rock of Harlech, looking over the sea. And with him were his brother Manawyddan, the son of Llyr, and his brothers by the mother's side, Nisien and Evnisien, and many nobles likewise, as was fitting to see around a king. His two brothers by the mother's side were the sons of Llŷr, by his mother Penardun, the daughter of Beli son of Manawyddan. And one of these youths was a good youth and of gentle nature, and would make peace between his kindred, and cause his family to be friends when their wrath was at the highest. And this one was Nisien, but the other would cause strife between his two brothers when they were most at peace. And as they sat thus, they beheld 13 ships coming from the south of Ireland, and making towards them, and they came with a swift motion, the wind being behind them, and they neared them rapidly. "I see ships afar," said the king, "coming swiftly towards the land. Command the men of the court that they equip themselves, and go and learn their intent." So the men equipped themselves and went down towards them. And when they saw the ships near, certain were they that they had never seen ships better furnished. Beautiful flags of satin were upon them. And behold, one of the ships outstripped the others, and they saw a shield lifted up above the side of the ship, and the point of the shield was upwards, in token of peace. And the men drew near that they might hold converse. Then they put out boats and came towards the land, and they saluted the king. Now the king could hear them from the place where he was, upon the rock above their heads. "Heaven prosper you," said he, "and be ye welcome. To whom do these ships belong, and who is the chief amongst you?" "Lord," said they, "Mythology, king of Ireland, is here, and these ships belong to him." "Wherefore comes he?" asked the king, "and will he come to the land?" "He is a suitor unto thee, Lord," said they, "and he will not land unless he have his boon." "And what may that be?" inquired the king. "He desires to ally himself with thee, Lord," said they, "and he comes to ask Branwen, the daughter of Llyr, that, if it seem well to thee, the island of the mighty may be leagued with Ireland, and both become more powerful." "Verily," said he, "let him come to land, and we will take counsel thereupon." And this answer was brought to Mythology. "I will go willingly," said he. So he landed, and they received him joyfully. And great was the throng in the palace that night, between his hosts and those of the court. And next day they took counsel, and they resolved to bestow Branwen upon Mythology. Now she was one of the 3 chief ladies of this island, and she was the fairest damsel in the world. And they fixed upon Aberfrau as the place where she should become his bride. And they went thence, and towards Aberfrau the host proceeded, Matholwch and his host in their ships, Bendigeidfran and his host by land, until they came to Aberfrau. And at Aberfrau they began the feast and sat down, and thus sat they, the king of the island of the mighty, and Manawyddan, the son of Llyr on one side, and Matholch on the other side, and Branwen the daughter of Llyr beside him. And they were not within a house, but under tents. No house could ever contain Bendigedd Vran. And they began the banquet, and caroused and discoursed. And when it was more pleasing to them to sleep than to carouse, they went to rest. And that night Branwen became Matholch's bride. And next day they arose, and all they of the court, and the officers began to equip and to range the horses and the attendants, and they ranged them in order as far as the sea. And behold, one day, Evnisian, the quarrelsome man of whom it is spoken above, came by chance into the place where the horses of Matholch were, and asked whose horses they might be. They are the horses of Mythology, king of Ireland, who is married to Branwen thy sister. His horses are they. And is it thus they have done with a maiden such as she, and moreover my sister, bestowing her without my consent? They could have offered no greater insult to me than this, said he. And thereupon he rushed under the horses and cut off their lips at the teeth, and their ears close to their heads, and their tails close to their backs, and wherever he could clutch their eyelids, he cut them to the very bone, and he disfigured the horses and rendered them useless. And they came with these tidings unto Matholch, saying that the horses were disfigured and injured, so that not one of them could ever be of any use again. Verily, Lord, said one, it was an insult unto thee, and as such was it meant. Of a truth, it is a marvel to me, that if they desire to insult me, they should have given me a maiden of such high rank, and so much beloved of her kindred, as they have done. Lord, said another, thou seest that thus it is, and there is nothing for thee to do but to go to thy ships. And thereupon towards his ships he set out. And tidings came to Bendigedd Vran, that Matholch was quitting the court without asking leave, and messengers were sent to inquire of him, wherefore he did so. And the messengers that went were Iddic the son of Anarad, and Llyr. And these overtook him and asked of him what he designed to do, and wherefore he went forth. Of a truth, said he, if I had known I had not come hither, I have been altogether insulted. No one had ever worse treatment than I have had here. But one thing surprises me above all. What is that? Asked they. That Branwen, the daughter of Llyr, one of the 3 chief ladies of this island, and the daughter of the king of the island of the mighty, should have been given me as my bride, and that after that I should have been insulted. And I marvel that the insult was not done me before they had bestowed upon me a maiden so exalted as she. Truly, Lord, it was not the will of any that are of the court, said they, nor of any that are of the council, that thou shouldest have received this insult. And as thou hast been insulted, the dishonour is greater unto Bendigedd Vran than unto thee. Verily, said he, I think so. Nevertheless, he cannot recall the insult. These men returned with that answer to the place where Bendigedd Vran was, and they told him what reply Matholch had given them. Truly, said he, there are no means by which we may prevent his going away at enmity with us, that we will not take. Well, Lord, said they, send after him another embassy. I will do so, said he. Arise, Manawyddan, son of Llŷr, and Llyr, and eunuch Glw Ysgwyd, and go after him, and tell him that he shall have a sound horse for every one that has been injured. And beside that, as an atonement for the insult, he shall have a staff of silver, as large and as tall as himself, and a plate of gold of the breadth of his face, and show unto him who it was that did this, and that it was done against my will, but that he who did it is my brother, by the mother's side, and therefore it would be hard for me to put him to death. And let him come and meet me, said he, and we will make peace in any way he may desire. The embassy went after Mythology, and told him all these sayings in a friendly manner, and he listened thereunto. Men, said he, I will take counsel. So to the council he went, and in the council they considered that if they should refuse this, they were likely to have more shame, rather than to obtain so great an atonement. They resolved therefore to accept it, and they returned to the court in peace. Then the pavilions and the tents were set in order after the fashion of a hall, and they went to meat, and as they had sat at the beginning of the feast, so sat they there. And Matholwch and Bendigeid Vran began to discourse, and behold, it seemed to Bendigeid Vran, while they talked, that Matholwch was not so cheerful as he had been before, and he thought that the chieftain might be sad, because of the smallness of the atonement which he had for the wrong that had been done him. O man, said Bendigeid Vran, thou dost not discourse tonight so cheerfully as thou wast wont, and if it be because of the smallness of the atonement, thou shalt add thereunto whatsoever thou mayest choose, and tomorrow I will pay thee the horses. Lord, said he, heaven reward thee. And I will enhance the atonement, said Bendigeid Vran, for I will give unto thee a cauldron, the property of which is, that if one of thy men be slain today, and be cast therein, tomorrow he will be as well as ever he was at the best, except that he will not regain his speech. And thereupon he gave him great thanks, and very joyful was he for that cause. And the next morning they paid Matholwch the horses, as long as the trained horses lasted. And then they journeyed into another commot, where they paid him with colts until the whole had been paid. And from thenceforth that commot was called Talabolion. And a second night sat they together. My lord, said Matholwch, whence hadst thou the cauldron which thou hast given me? I had it of a man who had been in thy land, said he, and I would not give it except to one from there. Who was it? Asked he. Llyr Lysgifnwyd. He came here from Ireland with Cymydw Cyminvol, his wife, who escaped from the iron house in Ireland, when it was made red hot around them, and fled hither. And it is a marvel to me that thou shouldst know nothing concerning the matter. Something I do know, said he, and as much as I know I will tell thee. One day I was hunting in Ireland, and I came to the mound at the head of the lake, which is called the Lake of the Cauldron, and I beheld a huge yellow-haired man coming from the lake with a cauldron upon his back, and he was a man of vast size and of horrid aspect, and a woman followed after him. And if the man was tall, twice as large as he was the woman, and they came towards me and greeted me. Verily, asked I, wherefore are you journeying? Behold, this, said he to me, is the cause that we journey. At the end of a month and a fortnight this woman will have a son, and the child that will be born at the end of the month and the fortnight will be a warrior fully armed. So I took them with me and maintained them, and they were with me for a year, and that year I had them with me not grudgingly, but thenceforth was their murmuring, because that they were with me. For from the beginning of the 4th month they had begun to make themselves hated, and to be disorderly in the land, committing outrages, and molesting and harassing the nobles and ladies. And thenceforward my people rose up and besought me to part with them, and they bade me to choose between them and my dominions. And I applied to the council of my country to know what should be done concerning them. For of their own free will they would not go, neither could they be compelled against their will through fighting. And the people of the country, being in this strait, they caused a chamber to be made all of iron, Now, when the chamber was ready, there came there every smith that was in Ireland, and every one who owned tongs and hammer, and they caused coals to be piled up as high as the top of the chamber. And they had the man, and the woman, and the children, served with plenty of meat and drink. But when it was known that they were drunk, they began to put fire to the coals about the chamber, and they blew it with bellows, until the house was red hot all around them. Then was there a council held in the center of the floor of the chamber, and the man tarried until the plates of iron were all of a white heat. And then, by reason of the great heat, the man dashed against the plates with his shoulder and struck them out, and his wife followed him. But except him and his wife none escaped thence. And then I suppose, Lord, said Matholwch unto Bendigeid Vran, that he came over unto thee. Doubtless he came here, said he, and gave unto me the cauldron. In what manner didst thou receive them? I dispersed them through every part of my dominions, and they have become numerous and are prospering everywhere, and they fortify the places where they are with men and arms, of the best that were ever seen. That night they continued to discourse as much as they would, and had minstrelsy and carousing, and when it was more pleasant to them to sleep than to sit longer, they went to rest. And thus was the banquet carried on with joyousness. And when it was finished, Matholwch journeyed towards Ireland, and Branwen with him, and they went from Abermenay with 13 ships, and came to Ireland. And in Ireland was there great joy because of their coming. And not one great man or noble lady visited Branwen, unto whom she gave not either a clasp, or a ring, or a royal jewel to keep, such as it was honourable to be seen departing with. And in these things she spent that year in much renown, and she passed her time pleasantly, enjoying honour and friendship. And in the meanwhile it chanced that she became pregnant, and in due time a son was born unto her, and the name that they gave him was Gwern the son of Matholwch, and they put the boy out to be foster nursed, in a place where were the best men of Ireland. And behold, in the 2nd year a tumult arose in Ireland, on account of the insult which Matholwch had received in Cambria, and the payment made him for his horses. And his foster brothers, and such as were nearest unto him, blamed him openly for that matter, and he might have no peace by reason of the tumult, until they should revenge upon him this disgrace. And the vengeance which they took was to drive away Branwen from the same chamber with him, and to make her cook for the court. And they caused the butcher, after he had cut up the meat, to come to her, and give her every day a blow on the ear, and such they made her punishment. Verily, Lord, said his men to Matholwch, forbid now the ships and the ferry boats and the coracles, that they go not into Cambria, and such as come over from Cambria hither. Imprison them, that they go not back for this thing to be known there. And he did so. And it was thus for not less than 3 years. And Branwen reared a starling in the cover of the kneading trough, and she taught it to speak, and she taught the bird what manner of man her brother was. And she wrote a letter of her woes, and the despite with which she was treated, and she bound the letter to the root of the bird's wing, and sent it towards Britain. And the bird came to this island, and one day it found Bendigeid Vran at Caersayon in Avon, conferring there, and it alighted upon his shoulder and ruffled its feathers, so that the letter was seen, and they knew that the bird had been reared in a domestic manner. Then Bendigeid Vran took the letter and looked upon it, and when he had read the letter, he grieved exceedingly at the tidings of Branwen's woes, and immediately he began sending messengers to summon the island together. And he caused 704 countries to come unto him, and he complained to them himself of the grief that his sister endured. So they took counsel, and in the council they resolved to go to Ireland, and to leave 7 men as princes here, and Caradoc, the son of Bran, as the chief of them, and their 7 knights. In Adernion were these men left, and for this reason were the 7 knights placed in the town. Now the names of these 7 men were Caradoc the son of Bran, and Havid Hir, and Eunuch Glu Isquid, and Idic the son of Anarog Gwaltgrun, and Fodor the son of Ervil, and Gork Minascun, and Larsa the son of Lesa Lesgigwid, and Pendaran dived as a young page with them. And these abode as 7 ministers to take charge of this island. And Caradoc the son of Bran was the chief amongst them. Bendigid Vran, with the host of which we spoke, sailed towards Ireland, and it was not far across the sea, and he came to shoal water. It was caused by 2 rivers, the Llyr and the Arcan were they called, and the nations covered the sea. Then he proceeded with what provisions he had on his own back, and approached the shore of Ireland. Now the swineherds of Matholsh were upon the seashore, and they came to Matholsh. "Lord," said they, "greeting be unto thee." "Heaven protect you," said he. "Have you any news?" "Lord," said they, "we have marvellous news. A wood have we seen upon the sea, in a place where we never yet saw a single tree." "This is indeed a marvel," said he. "Saw you aught else?" "We saw, Lord," said they, "a vast mountain beside the wood, which moved, and there was a lofty ridge on the top of the mountain, and a lake on each side of the ridge, and the wood, and the mountain, and all these things moved. Verily," said he, "there is none who can know aught concerning this, unless it be Branwen." Messengers then went unto Branwen. "Lady," said they, "what thinkest thou that this is?" "The men of the island of the mighty, who have come hither on hearing of my ill treatment and my woes." "What is the forest that is seen upon the sea?" asked they. "The yards and the masts of ships," she answered. "Alas," said they, "what is the mountain that is seen by the side of the ships?" "Bendigid Vran, my brother," she replied, "coming to shoal water. There is no ship that can contain him in it." "What is the lofty ridge with the lake on each side thereof?" "On looking towards this island he is wroth, and his 2 eyes, one on each side of his nose, are the 2 lakes beside the ridge." The warriors and the chief men of Ireland were brought together in haste, and they took counsel. "Lord," said the nobles unto Matholch, "there is no other counsel than to retreat over the Linen, a river which is in Ireland, and to keep the river between thee and him, and to break down the bridge that is across the river, for there is a lodestone at the bottom of the river that neither ship nor vessel can pass over." So they retreated across the river and broke down the bridge. Bendigid Vran came to land, and the fleet with him by the bank of the river. "Lord," said his chieftains, "knowest thou the nature of this river, that nothing can go across it, and there is no bridge over it?" "What," said they, "is thy counsel concerning a bridge?" "There is none," said he, "except that he who will be chief, let him be a bridge." "I will be so," said he. And then was that saying first uttered, and it is still used as a proverb. And when he had lain down across the river, hurdles were placed upon him, and the host passed over thereby. And as he rose up, behold, the messengers of Matholch came to him, and saluted him, and gave him greeting in the name of Matholch his kinsman, and showed how that of his goodwill he had merited of him nothing but good. For Matholch has given the kingdom of Ireland to Gwern the son of Matholch, thy nephew and thy sister's son, and this he places before thee, as a compensation for the wrong and despite that has been done unto Branwen. And Matholch shall be maintained wheresoever thou wilt, either here or in the island of the mighty. Said Bendigid Vran, "Shall not I myself have the kingdom? Then peradventure I may take counsel concerning your message. From this time until then, no other answer will you get from me. Verily, said they, the best message that we receive for thee, we will convey it unto thee, and do thou await our message unto him. I will wait, answered he, and do you return quickly. The messengers set forth and came to Mythology. Lord, said they, prepare a better message for Bendigeid Vran. He would not listen at all to the message that we bore him. My friends, said Mythology, what may be your counsel? Lord, said they, there is no other counsel than this alone. He was never known to be within a house. Make therefore a house that will contain him and the men of the island of the mighty on the one side, and thyself and thy host on the other, and give over thy kingdom to his will, and do him homage. So by reason of the honour thou doest him in making him a house, whereas he never before had a house to contain him, he will make peace with thee. So the messengers went back to Bendigeid Vran, bearing him this message. And he took counsel, and in the council it was resolved that he should accept this, and this was all done by the advice of Branwen, and lest the country should be destroyed. And this peace was made, and the house was built both vast and strong. But the Irish planned a crafty device, and the craft was that they should put brackets on each side of the 100 pillars that were in the house, and should place a leathern bag on each bracket, and an armed man in every one of them. Then Evnisian came in before the host of the island of the mighty, and scanned the house with fierce and savage looks, and descried the leathern bags which were around the pillars. What is in this bag? Asked he of one of the Irish. Meal, good soul, said he. And Evnisian felt about it until he came to the man's head, and he squeezed the head until he felt his fingers meet together in the brain through the bone. And he left that one and put his hand upon another, and asked what was therein. Meal, said the Irishman. So he did the like unto every one of them, until he had not left alive of all the 200 men, save one only. And when he came to him, he asked what was there. Meal, good soul, said the Irishman. And he felt about until he felt the head, and he squeezed that head as he had done the others. And albeit he found that the head of this one was armed, he left him not until he had killed him. And then he sang an englyn. There is in this bag a different sort of meal, the ready combatant, when the assault is made by his fellow warriors, prepared for battle. Thereupon came the hosts unto the house. The men of the island of Ireland entered the house on the one side, and the men of the island of the mighty on the other. And as soon as they had sat down, there was concord between them, and the sovereignty was conferred upon the boy. When the peace was concluded, Bendigeid Vran called the boy unto him, and from Bendigeid Vran the boy went unto Manawyddan, and he was beloved by all that beheld him. And from Manawyddan the boy was called by Nisian, the son of Llŷr, and the boy went unto him lovingly. Wherefore, said Evnisian, comes not my nephew, the son of my sister, unto me? Though he were not king of Ireland, yet willingly would I fondle the boy. Cheerfully let him go to thee, said Bendigeid Vran, and the boy went unto him cheerfully. By my confession to heaven, said Evnisian in his heart, unthought of by the household is the slaughter that I will this instant commit. Then he arose and took up the boy by the feet, and before anyone in the house could seize hold of him, he thrust the boy headlong into the blazing fire. And when Branwen saw her son burning in the fire, she strove to leap into the fire also, from the place where she sat between her two brothers. But Bendigeid Vran grasped her with one hand, and his shield with the other. Then they all hurried about the house, and never was there made so great a tumult by any host in one house as was made by them, as each man armed himself. Then said Manawyddan, the gadflies of Mordwitilian's cow. And while they all sought their arms, Bendigeid Vran supported Branwen between his shield and his shoulder. Then the Irish kindled a fire under the cauldron of renovation, and they cast the dead bodies into the cauldron until it was full. And the next day they came forth fighting men as good as before, except that they were not able to speak. Then, when Evnisian saw the dead bodies of the men of the island of the mighty Nowhere resuscitated, he said in his heart, "Alas, woe is me, that I should have been the cause of bringing the men of the island of the mighty into so great a strait. Evil betide me if I find not a deliverance therefrom." And he cast himself among the dead bodies of the Irish, and 2 unshod Irishmen came to him, and taking him to be one of the Irish, flung him into the cauldron. And he stretched himself out in the cauldron, so that he rent the cauldron into 4 pieces, and burst his own heart also. In consequence of that, the men of the island of the mighty obtained such success as they had, but they were not victorious, for only 7 men of them all escaped, and Bendigeid Vran himself was wounded in the foot with a poisoned dart. Now the 7 men that escaped were Pryderi, Manawyddan, Glunu Ail Taran, Talesin, Inog, Grudian, the son of Muriel, and Hylin the son of Gwyn Hen. And Bendigeid Vran commanded them that they should cut off his head. "And take you my head," said he, "and bear it even unto the White Mount in London, and bury it there, with the face towards France. And a long time will you be upon the road. In Harlech you will be feasting 7 years, the birds of Rhiannon singing unto you the while. And all that time the head will be to you as pleasant company as it ever was when on my body. And at Gwales in Penvro you will be 80 years, and you may remain there, and the head with you uncorrupted, until you open the door that looks towards Aberhenvelen and towards Cornwall. And after you have opened that door, there you may no longer tarry. Set forth then to London to bury the head, and go straight forward." So they cut off his head, and these 7 went forward therewith. And Branwen was the 8th with them, and they came to land at Aber Allol in Talabolion, and they sat down to rest. And Branwen looked towards Ireland, and towards the island of the mighty, to see if she could descry them. "Alas," said she, "woe is me that I was ever born. 2 islands have been destroyed because of me." Then she uttered a loud groan, and there broke her heart, and they made her a 4-sided grave, and buried her upon the banks of the Allar. Then the 7 men journeyed forward towards Harlech, bearing the head with them, and as they went, behold, there met them a multitude of men and of women. "Have you any tidings?" asked Manawyddan. "We have none," said they, "save that Caswallorn the son of Beli has conquered the island of the mighty, and is crowned king in London." "What has become," said they, "of Caradoc the son of Bran, and the 7 men who were left with him in this island?" Caswallorn came upon them, and slew 6 of the men, and Caradoc's heart broke for grief thereof, for he could see the sword that slew the men, but knew not who it was that wielded it. Caswallorn had flung upon him the veil of illusion, so that no one could see him slay the men, but the sword only could they see. And it liked him not to slay Caradoc, because he was his nephew, the son of his cousin. And now he was the 3rd whose heart had broke through grief. Pendaran Dived, who had remained as a young page with these men, escaped into the wood, said they. Then they went on to Harlech, and there stopped to rest, and they provided meat and liquor, and sat down to eat and to drink. And there came 3 birds, and began singing unto them a certain song, and all the songs they had ever heard were unpleasant compared thereto. And the birds seemed to them to be at a great distance from them over the sea, yet they appeared as distinct as if they were close by, and at this repast they continued 7 years. And at the close of the 7th year they went forth to Gwales in Penfro, and there they found a fair and regal spot overlooking the ocean, and a spacious hall was therein. And they went into the hall, and 2 of its doors were open, but the 3rd door was closed, that which looked towards Cornwall. "See, yonder," said Manawyddan, "is the door that we may not open." And that night they regaled themselves and were joyful, and of all they had seen of food laid before them, and of all they had heard of, they remembered nothing, neither of that, nor of any sorrow whatsoever. And there they remained 80 years, unconscious of having ever spent a time more joyous and mirthful. And they were not more weary than when first they came, neither did they, any of them, know the time they had been there. And it was not more irksome to them having the head with them than if Bendigeid Vran had been with them himself. And because of these 80 years, it was called the entertaining of the noble head. The entertaining of Branwen and Mythology was in the time that they went to Ireland. One day said Hylin the son of Gwyn, "Evil betide me, if I do not open the door to know if that is true, which is said concerning it." So he opened the door, and looked towards Cornwall and Aberhenvelin. And when they had looked, they were as conscious of all the evils they had ever sustained, and of all the friends and companions they had lost, and of all the misery that had befallen them, as if all had happened in that very spot, and especially of the fate of their Lord. And because of their perturbation they could not rest, but journeyed forth with the head towards London. And they buried the head in the White Mount, and when it was buried, this was the 3rd goodly concealment, and it was the 3rd ill-fated disclosure when it was disinterred, inasmuch as no invasion from across the sea came to this island, while the head was in that concealment. And thus is the story related of those who journeyed over from Ireland. In Ireland none were left alive, except 5 pregnant women in a cave in the Irish wilderness, and to these 5 women in the same night were born 5 sons, whom they nursed until they became grown-up youths. And they thought about wives, and they at the same time desired to possess them, and each took a wife of the mothers of their companions, and they governed the country and peopled it. And these 5 divided it amongst them, and because of this partition are the 5 divisions of Ireland still so termed. And they examined the land where the battles had taken place, and they found gold and silver until they became wealthy. And thus ends this portion of the Mabinogi concerning the blow given to Branwen, which was the 3rd unhappy blow of this island, and concerning the entertainment of Bran, when the hosts of 70 countries and 10 went over to Ireland to revenge the blow given to Branwen, and concerning the 7 years' banquet in Harlech, and the singing of the birds of Rhiannon, and the sojourning of the head for the space of 80 years. Manawyddan the son of Llŷr. When the 7 men of whom we spoke above had buried the head of Bendigeid Vran in the White Mount in London, with its face towards France, Manawyddan gazed upon the town of London and upon his companions, and heaved a great sigh, and much grief and heaviness came upon him. "Alas, Almighty Heaven, woe is me," he exclaimed. "There is none save myself without a resting place this night." "Lord," said Pryderi, "be not so sorrowful. Thy cousin is king of the island of the mighty, and though he should do thee wrong, thou hast never been a claimant of land or possessions. Thou art the 3rd disinherited prince." "Yea," answered he, "but although this man is my cousin, it grieveth me to see anyone in the place of my brother Bendigeid Vran, neither can I be happy in the same dwelling with him. Wilt thou follow the counsel of another, said Pryderi. I stand in need of counsel, he answered. And what may that counsel be? 7 cantrevs remain unto me, said Pryderi, wherein Rhiannon, my mother, dwells. I will bestow her upon thee and the 7 cantrevs with her, and though thou hadst no possessions but those cantrevs only, thou couldst not have 7 cantrevs fairer than they. Kicva, the daughter of Gwyn Gloyle, is my wife, and since the inheritance of the cantrevs belongs to me, do thou and Rhiannon enjoy them, and if thou ever desire any possessions thou wilt take these. I do not, chieftain, said he. Heaven reward thee for thy friendship. I would show thee the best friendship in the world if thou wouldst let me. I will, my friend, said he, and heaven reward thee. I will go with thee to seek Rhiannon and to look at thy possessions. Thou wilt do well, he answered, and I believe that thou didst never hear a lady discourse better than she, and when she was in her prime none was ever fairer. Even now her aspect is not uncomely. They set forth, and however long the journey, they came at length to Dived, and a feast was prepared for them against their coming to Narberth, which Rhiannon and Kicva had provided. Then began Manawyddan and Rhiannon to sit and to talk together, and from their discourse his mind and his thoughts became warm towards her, and he thought in his heart he had never beheld any lady more fulfilled of grace and beauty than she. Pryderi, said he, I will that it be as thou didst say. What saying was that? Asked Rhiannon. Lady, said Pryderi, I did offer thee as a wife to Manawyddan, the son of Llŷr. By that will I gladly abide, said Rhiannon. Right glad am I also, said Manawyddan. May heaven reward him who hath shown unto me friendship so perfect as this. And before the feast was over, she became his bride. Said Pryderi, tarry ye here the rest of the feast, and I will go into Llyr to tender my homage unto Caswallon, the son of Bailey. Lord, said Rhiannon, Caswallon is in Kent. Thou mayest therefore tarry at the feast, and wait until he shall be nearer. We will wait, he answered. So they finished the feast, and they began to make the circuit of Dived, and to hunt, and to take their pleasure. And as they went through the country, they had never seen lands more pleasant to live in, nor better hunting grounds, nor greater plenty of honey and fish. And such was the friendship between those 4, that they would not be parted from each other by night nor by day. And in the midst of all this he went to Caswallon at Oxford, and tendered his homage. And honourable was his reception there, and highly was he praised for offering his homage. And after his return, Pryderi and Manawyddan feasted, and took their ease and pleasure. And they began a feast at Narberth, for it was the chief palace, and there originated all honour. And when they had ended the first meal that night, while those who served them ate, they arose and went forth, and proceeded all 4 to the gorset of Narberth, and their retinue with them. And as they sat thus, behold, a peal of thunder, and with the violence of the thunderstorm, lo, there came a fall of mist, so thick that not one of them could see the other. And after the mist, it became light all around. And when they looked towards the place where they were wont to see cattle and herds and dwellings, they saw nothing now, neither house, nor beast, nor smoke, nor fire, nor man, nor dwelling. But the houses of the court empty, and desert, and uninhabited, without either man or beast within them. And truly, all their companions were lost to them, without their knowing aught of what had befallen them, save those 4 only. In the name of heaven, cried Manawyddan, where are they of the court, and all my host beside these? Let us go and see. So they came into the hall, and there was no man. And they went on to the castle, and to the sleeping place, and they saw none. And in the mead cellar, and in the kitchen, there was naught but desolation. So they four feasted and hunted and took their pleasure. Then they began to go through the land and all the possessions that they had, and they visited the houses and dwellings and found nothing but wild beasts. And when they had consumed their feast and all their provisions, they fed upon the prey they killed in hunting and the honey of the wild swarms. And thus they passed the first year pleasantly, and the second, but at the last they began to be weary. Verily, said Manawyddan, we must not bide thus. Let us go into Llŷr and seek some craft whereby we may gain our support. So they went into Llŷr and came as far as Hereford, and they betook themselves to making saddles. And Manawyddan began to make housings, and he gilded and coloured them with blue enamel, in the manner that he had seen it done by Llyr Llŷr. And he made the blue enamel as it was made by the other man, and therefore is it still called Llyr, blue enamel, because Llyr Llŷr had wrought it. And as long as that workmanship could be had of Manawyddan, neither saddle nor housing was bought of a saddler throughout all Hereford, till at length every one of the saddlers perceived that they were losing much of their gain, and that no man bought of them, but him who could not get what he sought from Manawyddan. Then they assembled together, and agreed to slay him and his companions. Now they received warning of this, and took counsel whether they should leave the city. By heaven, said Pryderi, it is not my counsel that we should quit the town, but that we should slay these boars. Not so, said Manawyddan, for if we fight with them, we shall have evil fame, and shall be put in prison. It were better for us to go to another town to maintain ourselves. So they four went to another city. What craft shall we take? Said Pryderi. We will make shields, said Manawyddan. Do we know anything about that craft? Said Pryderi. We will try, answered he. There they began to make shields, and fashioned them after the shape of the good shields they had seen, and they enamelled they, as them had done the saddles. And they prospered in that place, so that not a shield was asked for in the whole town, but such as was had of them. Rapid therefore was their work, and numberless were the shields they made. But at last they were marked by the craftsmen, who came together in haste, and their fellow townsmen with them, and agreed that they should seek to slay them. But they received warning, and heard how the men had resolved on their destruction. Pryderi, said Manawyddan, these men desire to slay us. Let us not endure this from these boars, but let us rather fall upon them and slay them. Not so, he answered. Caswallorn and his men will hear of it, and we shall be undone. Let us go to another town. So to another town they went. What craft shall we take? Said Manawyddan. Whatsoever thou wilt that we know, said Pryderi. Not so, he replied, but let us take to making shoes, for there is not courage enough among cordwainers either to fight with us or to molest us. I know nothing thereof, said Pryderi. But I know, answered Manawyddan, and I will teach thee to stitch. We will not attempt to dress the leather, but we will buy it ready dressed, and will make the shoes from it. So he began by buying the best cord wool that could be had in the town, and none other would he buy except the leather for the soles. And he associated himself with the best goldsmith in the town, and caused him to make clasps for the shoes, and to gild the clasps, and he marked how it was done until he learnt the method. And therefore was he called one of the 3 makers of gold shoes. And when they could be had from him, not a shoe nor hose was bought of any of the cordwainers in the town. But when the cordwainers perceived that their gains were failing, for as Manawyddan shaped the work, so Pryderi stitched it, they came together and took counsel, and agreed that they would slay them. Pryderi, said Manawyddan, these men are minded to slay us. "Wherefore should we bear this from the boorish thieves?" said Pryderi. "Rather let us slay them all." "Not so," said Manawyddan. "We will not slay them, neither will we remain in Llyr any longer. Let us set forth to Dyfed and go to see it." So they journeyed along until they came to Dyfed, and they went forward to Narberth. And there they kindled fire and supported themselves by hunting. And thus they spent a month, and they gathered their dogs around them, and tarried there 1 year. And one morning Pryderi and Manawyddan rose up to hunt, and they ranged their dogs and went forth from the palace. And some of the dogs ran before them and came to a small bush, which was near at hand. But as soon as they were come to the bush, they hastily drew back and returned to the men, their hair bristling up greatly. "Let us go near to the bush," said Pryderi, "and see what is in it." And as they came near, behold, a wild boar of a pure white colour rose up from the bush. Then the dogs, being set on by the men, rushed towards him. But he left the bush and fell back a little way from the men, and made a stand against the dogs without retreating from them, until the men had come near. And when the men came up, he fell back a second time, and betook him to flight. Then they pursued the boar until they beheld a vast and lofty castle, all newly built, in a place where they had never before seen either stone or building. And the boar ran swiftly into the castle, and the dogs after him. Now, when the boar and the dogs had gone into the castle, they began to wonder at finding a castle in a place where they had never before seen any building whatsoever. And from the top of the gorset, they looked and listened for the dogs. But so long as they were there, they heard not one of the dogs nor aught concerning them. "Lord," said Pryderi, "I will go into the castle to get tidings of the dogs." "Truly," he replied, "thou wouldst be unwise to go into this castle, which thou hast never seen till now. If thou wouldst follow my counsel, thou wouldst not enter therein. Whosoever has cast a spell over this land has caused this castle to be here." "Of a truth," answered Pryderi, "I cannot thus give up my dogs." And for all the counsel that Manawyddan gave him, yet to the castle he went. When he came within the castle, neither man nor beast, nor boar nor dogs, nor house nor dwelling saw he within it. But in the centre of the castle floor he beheld a fountain with marble work around it, and on the margin of the fountain a golden bowl upon a marble slab, and chains hanging from the air, to which he saw no end. And he was greatly pleased with the beauty of the gold, and with the rich workmanship of the bowl. And he went up to the bowl and laid hold of it. And when he had taken hold of it, his hands stuck to the bowl, and his feet to the slab on which the howl was placed. And all his joyousness forsook him, so that he could not utter a word. And thus he stood, and Manawyddan waited for him till near the close of the day. And late in the evening, being certain that he should have no tidings of Pryderi or of the dogs, he went back to the palace. And as he entered, Rhiannon looked at him. "Where," said she, "are thy companion and thy dogs?" "Behold," he answered, "the adventure that has befallen me." And he related it all unto her. "An evil companion hast thou been," said Rhiannon, "and a good companion hast thou lost." And with that word she went out, and proceeded towards the castle, according to the direction which he gave her. The gate of the castle she found open. She was nothing daunted, and she went in. And as she went in, she perceived Pryderi laying hold of the bowl, and she went towards him. "O my lord," said she, "what dost thou do here?" And she took hold of the bowl with him, and as she did so, her hands became fast to the bowl, and her feet to the slab, and she was not able to utter a word. And with that, as it became night, lo, there came thunder upon them, and a fall of mist, and thereupon the castle vanished, and they with it. When Kitva, the daughter of Gwynglaive, saw that there was no one in the palace but herself and Manawyddan, she sorrowed, so that she cared not whether she lived or died. And Manawyddan saw this. "Thou art in the wrong," said he, "if through fear of me thou grievest thus. I call heaven to witness that thou hast never seen friendship mere pure than that which I will bear thee, as long as heaven will that thou shouldst be thus. I declare to thee that were I in the dawn of youth, I would keep my faith unto prydery, and unto thee also will I keep it. Be there no fear upon thee therefore," said he, "for heaven is my witness that thou shalt meet with all the friendship thou canst wish, and that it is in my power to show thee, as long as it shall please heaven to continue us in this grief and woe." "Heaven reward thee," she said, "and that is what I deemed of thee." And the damsel thereupon took courage and was glad. "Truly, lady," said Manawyddan, "it is not fitting for us to stay here. We have lost our dogs, and we cannot get food. Let us go into Llyr. It is easiest for us to find support there." "Gladly, Lord," said she, "we will do so." And they set forth together to Llyr. "Lord," said she, "what craft wilt thou follow?" "Take up one that is seemly." "None other will I take," answered he, "save that of making shoes, as I did formerly." "Lord," said she, "such a craft becomes not a man so nobly born as thou." "By that, however, will I abide," said he. So he began his craft, and he made all his work of the finest leather he could get in the town. And, as he had done at the other place, he caused gilded clasps to be made for the shoes. And except himself, all the cordwainers in the town were idle and without work, for as long as they could be had from him, neither shoes nor hose were bought elsewhere. And thus they tarried there a year, until the cordwainers became envious, and took counsel concerning him. And he had warning thereof, and it was told him how the cordwainers had agreed together to slay him. "Lord," said Kitva, "wherefore should this be borne from these boors?" "Nay," said he, "we will go back unto Dyfed." So towards Dyfed they set forth. Now Manawyddan, when he set out to return to Dyfed, took with him a burden of wheat, and he proceeded towards Narberth, and there he dwelt. And never was he better pleased than when he saw Narberth again, and the lands where he had been wont to hunt with Prydery and with Rhiannon. And he accustomed himself to fish, and to hunt the deer in their covert. And then he began to prepare some ground, and he sowed a croft, and a second, and a third. And no wheat in the world ever sprung up better. And the 3 crofts prospered with perfect growth, and no man ever saw fairer wheat than it. And thus passed the seasons of the year until the harvest came. And he went to look at one of his crofts, and behold, it was ripe. "I will reap this tomorrow," said he. And that night he went back to Narberth, and on the morrow in the grey dawn he went to reap the croft, and when he came there he found nothing but the bare straw. Every one of the ears of the wheat was cut from off the stalk, and all the ears carried entirely away, and nothing but the straw left. And at this he marvelled greatly. Then he went to look at another croft, and behold, that also was ripe. "Verily," said he, "this will I reap tomorrow." And on the morrow he came with the intent to reap it, and when he came there he found nothing but the bare straw. "O gracious heaven," he exclaimed, "I know that whosoever has begun my ruin is completing it, and has also destroyed the country with me." Then he went to look at the third croft, and when he came there, finer wheat had there never been seen, and this also was ripe. "Evil betide me," said he, "if I watch not here tonight. Whoever carried off the other corn will come in like manner to take this." and I will know who it is." So he took his arms and began to watch the croft, and he told Cíchfa all that had befallen. "Verily," said she, "what thinkest thou to do?" "I will watch the croft tonight," said he. And he went to watch the croft. And at midnight, lo, there arose the loudest tumult in the world. And he looked, and behold, the mightiest host of mice in the world, which could neither be numbered nor measured. And he knew not what it was, until the mice had made their way into the croft, and each of them climbing up the straw and bending it down with its weight, had cut off one of the ears of wheat, and had carried it away, leaving there the stalk. And he saw not a single stalk there that had not a mouse to it, and they all took their way, carrying the ears with them. In wrath and anger did he rush upon the mice, but he could no more come up with them than if they had been gnats, or birds in the air, except one only, which, though it was but sluggish, went so fast that a man on foot could scarce overtake it. And after this one he went, and he caught it and put it in his glove, and tied up the opening of the glove with a string, and kept it with him, and returned to the palace. Then he came to the hall where Cíchfa was, and he lighted a fire, and hung the glove by the string upon a peg. "What hast thou there, Lord?" said Cíchfa. "A thief," said he, "that I found robbing me." "What kind of thief may it be, Lord, that thou couldst put into thy glove?" said she. "Behold, I will tell thee," he answered. Then he showed her how his fields had been wasted and destroyed, and how the mice came to the last of the fields in his sight. And one of them was less nimble than the rest, and is now in my glove. Tomorrow I will hang it, and before heaven, if I had them, I would hang them all. "My lord," said she, "this is marvelous, but yet it would be unseemly for a man of dignity like thee to be hanging such a reptile as this. And if thou doest right, thou wilt not meddle with the creature, but wilt let it go." "Woe betide me," said he, "if I would not hang them all could I catch them, and such as I have I will hang." "Verily, Lord," said she, "there is no reason that I should succour this reptile, except to prevent discredit unto thee. Do therefore, Lord, as thou wilt. If I knew of any cause in the world wherefore thou shouldst succour it, I would take thy counsel concerning it," said Manawyddan. "But as I know of none, lady, I am minded to destroy it." "Do so willingly then," said she. And then he went to the gorsedd of Narberth, taking the mouse with him. And he set up 2 forks on the highest part of the gorsedd. And while he was doing this, behold, he saw a scholar coming towards him, in old and poor and tattered garments. And it was now 7 years since he had seen in that place either man or beast, except those 4 persons who had remained together until 2 of them were lost. "My lord," said the scholar, "good day to thee. Heaven prosper thee, and my greeting be unto thee. And whence dost thou come, scholar?" asked he. "I come, Lord, from singing in Llŷr. And wherefore dost thou inquire?" "Because for the last 7 years," answered he, "I have seen no man here save 4 secluded persons, and thyself this moment." "Truly, Lord," said he, "I go through this land unto mine own." "And what work art thou upon, Lord?" "I am hanging a thief that I caught robbing me," said he. "What manner of thief is that?" asked the scholar. "I see a creature in thy hand like unto a mouse, and ill does it become a man of rank equal to thine to touch a reptile such as this. Let it go forth free." "I will not let it go free, by heaven," said he. "I caught it robbing me, and the doom of a thief will I inflict upon it, and I will hang it." "Lord," said he, "rather than see a man of rank equal to thine at such a work as this, I would give thee £1 which I have received as alms, to let the reptile go forth free." "I will not let it go free," said he. "By heaven, neither will I sell it. As thou wilt, Lord, he answered, except that I would not see a man of rank equal to thine touching such a reptile, I care naught. And the scholar went his way, and as he was placing the crossbeam upon the two forks, behold, a priest came towards him upon a horse covered with trappings. Good day to thee, Lord, said he. Heaven prosper thee, said Manawyddan, thy blessing. The blessing of heaven be upon thee. And what, Lord, art thou doing? I am hanging a thief that I caught robbing me, said he. What manner of thief, Lord? Asked he. A creature, he answered, in form of a mouse. It has been robbing me, and I am inflicting upon it the doom of a thief. Lord, said he, rather than see thee touch this reptile, I would purchase its freedom. By my confession to heaven, neither will I sell it nor set it free. It is true, Lord, that it is worth nothing to buy, but rather than see thee defile thyself by touching such a reptile as this, I will give thee £3 to let it go. I will not, by heaven, said he, take any price for ad. As it ought, so shall it be hanged. Willingly, Lord, do thy good pleasure. And the priest went his way. Then he noosed the string around the mouse's neck, and as he was about to draw it up, behold, he saw a bishop's retinue with his sumpter horses and his attendants. And the bishop himself came towards him, and he stayed his work. Lord Bishop, said he, thy blessing. Heaven's blessing be unto thee, said he. What work art thou upon? Hanging a thief that I caught robbing me, said he. Is not that a mouse that I see in thy hand? Yes, answered he, and she has robbed me. Aye, said he, since I have come at the doom of this reptile, I will ransom it of thee. I will give thee £7 for it, and that rather than see a man of rank equal to thine destroying so vile a reptile as this, let it loose, and thou shalt have the money. I declare to heaven that I will not set it loose. If thou wilt not loose it for this, I will give thee £24 of ready money to set it free. I will not set it free by heaven, for as much again, said he. If thou wilt not set it free for this, I will give thee all the horses that thou seest in this plain, and the 7 loads of baggage, and the 7 horses that they are upon. By heaven I will not, he replied, since for this thou wilt not, do so at what price soever thou wilt. I will do so, said he. I will that Rhiannon and Pryderi be free, said he. That thou shalt have, he answered. Not yet will I loose the mouse by heaven. What then wouldst thou? That the charm and the illusion be removed from the 7 cantrevs of Dived. This shalt thou have also. Set therefore the mouse free. I will not set it free by heaven, said he. I will know who the mouse may be. She is my wife. Even though she be, I will not set her free. Wherefore came she to me? To despoil thee, he answered. I am Llŷr the son of Kilcode, and I cast the charm over the 7 cantrevs of Dived, and it was to avenge Gwal the son of Llŷr, from the friendship I had towards him, that I cast the charm. And upon Pryderi did I revenge Gwal the son of Llŷr, for the game of badger in the bag, that Pwylpen Anvin played upon him, which he did unadvisedly in the court of Hefyd Hen. And when it was known that thou wast come to dwell in the land, my household came and besought me to transform them into mice, that they might destroy thy corn. And it was my own household that went the first night, and the second night also they went, and they destroyed thy 2 crofts. And the third night came unto me my wife and the ladies of the court, and besought me to transform them, and I transformed them. Now she is pregnant, and had she not been pregnant, thou wouldst not have been able to overtake her. But since this has taken place, and she has been caught, I will restore thee Pryderi and Rhiannon, and I will take the charm and illusion from off Dived. I have now told thee who she is. Set her therefore free." "I will not set her free by heaven," said he. "What wilt thou more?" he asked. "I will that there be no more charm upon the 7 cantrevs of Dyfed, and that none shall be put upon it henceforth." "This thou shalt have," said he. "Now set her free." "I will not by my faith," he answered. "What wilt thou furthermore?" asked he. "Behold," said he, "this will I have, that vengeance be never taken for this, either upon Pryderi or Rhiannon, or upon me. All this shalt thou have, and truly thou hast done wisely in asking this. Upon thy head would have lighted all this trouble." "Yea," said he, "for fear thereof was it, that I required this. Set now my wife at liberty." "I will not by heaven," said he, "until I see Pryderi and Rhiannon with me free." "Behold, here they come," he answered. And thereupon behold Pryderi and Rhiannon. And he rose up to meet them, and greeted them, and sat down beside them. "Ah, chieftain, set now my wife at liberty," said the bishop. "Hast thou not received all thou didst ask?" "I will release her gladly," said he. And thereupon he set her free. Then Llywyd struck her with a magic wand, and she was changed back into a young woman, the fairest ever seen. "Look around upon thy land," said he, "and then thou wilt see it all tilled and peopled, as it was in its best state." And he rose up and looked forth. And when he looked, he saw all the lands tilled, and full of herds and dwellings. "What bondage," he inquired, "has there been upon Pryderi and Rhiannon?" "Pryderi has had the knockers of the gate of my palace about his neck, and Rhiannon has had the collars of the asses, after they have been carrying hay, about her neck. And such had been their bondage,